Hi, hello. Sorry for a slight delay. Uh, we'll do, let's see if this works. But food took a little longer to prep and cook because I was doing a rice dish, and as we know, rice usually takes forever when you're cooking it on the stove. But yeah, hi. Welcome in, everyone. I am Umber Quasar, Jiminy Earth, and one part of natural disasters. So, what's rockin'? Tell me about y'all days. Did I seriously say what is wrong? It's not the first time I've said it. I literally said it in D&D for the extra live stream. Also, hi. Thanks for the follow. I actually didn't realize I don't have alerts set up on this screen. What the fuck? Hi, Possum. And yes, this is totally not me stalling. Okay, yeah. Totally not me stalling to set up things that I realize I never actually set up. This is fine. I just need to test this to see if it works. But in all seriousness, I hope everyone's having a wonderful day, evening, afternoon, whatever time zone or dimension you may be from. How do I do most of this shit again? There we go. Okay, cool. It works. Why does it look weird on this screen like that? I'm gonna have to fix that in the future. But yeah, so today we are actually gonna be hopefully finishing starting and finishing Act 3 of First Snow. And so far, honestly, I've actually been loving the story. I love the story. I love the characters. But not gonna lie, the spicy time threw me for a loop for a second. And And speaking of which, let me go ahead and switch to this screen. Just so we could appreciate the pretty art and the snow. Snow that I wish one day I can actually see. Please, just throw snow at me. It'll probably melt by the time it gets to me, but... one day I'll eventually escape this hell of a remote mountain. Don't ask how I get internet, it's just... I just have magic powers like that. Snowed here, snowed there yesterday. Kind of scary, Brian. Oh no! See, yesterday we kind of had severe weather, and it's like throughout the day because wait, was it yesterday? No, I'm sorry. Day before yesterday. Crap. I'm trying to remember now. Honestly, trying to remember. Let's see. Yeah, Monday. Monday we had some pretty severe weather, and like the start of the day, I was like, oh, nothing, no rain. I was like, oh, I'll be fine. I could just go start walking to work a little early. By the time I got about halfway, it started to pour down. Fortunately, I brought my umbrella anyway, just because in case shit like that happened, because shit like that always does happen to me. And then it like hard rained for a little bit until I got to work. Then it stopped. Halfway through my shift, it just straight up rained. Oh, but me turning into mud is fun. And you could just throw me at people and just ruin people's clothes. I mean, yeah. When in doubt, I can turn into mud and you could throw me at your enemies. Who needs physical damage when you could just ruin their perfectly good armor? But yeah, it's like the moment it was like pretty much raining until around the time it was time for me to get off. It slacked off. Started walking. Halfway getting back home, it started raining again. Does Aqua have something against me? I feel like she might have something against me. Oh, hi Stream Elements. Nice of you to finally activate. Aqua punishing me going to work. Well, whose job was it for the rain? Because apparently, wait, whose job is the rain? Because I don't think the memo got pushed out for that. And at the same time, talking about this, and it's like Ruthlessness is still playing in my head from Epic. Like, honestly, there's just so many songs in there that is actually a bop, and it's like that one just went off for valid reasons and petty reasons as well. But enough about me and my random blathering. How about we get into this? So, I'm trying to think exactly where Act 2 leaves. I don't remember what chain of events for all of it. Oh, crap. Trying to wrap head around memory. Bear with me for a second. So, I know a lot of study time for finals. It's towards the end of the semester for them, and why am I blank? Like, you know what? We're just gonna. Yeah, so this was the section where they confessed the kiss and then couple. Zoology was the date, the first date at the zoo. What was this? Okay, this was the finals.
Yeah. I'm late.
Oh yeah.
Hey.
This was pretty much finals, and then the house party.
Afternoon.
Caprice decided, hey, we'll just throw a party at
Cool.
Allison's place. Invited
Millie. Hello.
who? Sorry if I'm speed running through all this. I'm just trying to remember things. Yeah.
No. What? Hey.
Rose shows up. Oh yeah, and I think this is pretty much the part where it's now winter break. Sorry about that. Just had to do a small refresh on everything. One thing I didn't count on when asking Eileen if I could come over was how large the distances involved were. I'm already different from home. Colorado and Utah might be right next to each other on a map, but all to be seen between them are vast plains of utterly nothing. I haven't even been up there and can tell you, or there in general, and I can tell you that anything uh, north mid or just like mid is just absolute nothings. Bunch of nothing plains, corn, and probably cows. With noon approaching as little else around for miles, as we motored down the strips of tarmac, Rose made the executive decision to chance this place for some lunch. It's a little chintzy taste. The faux 50s interior decorated with a mishmash of cheap Americana. But Rose is in her element as she stuffs down another hunk of meat. At least it's quiet beyond the cheerful music, given we have the diner to ourselves. Okay, let's be real. Like, a diner with, like, retro 50s. With the retro 50s look, is fucking awesome. That's my personal opinion. I might be just nostalgic and old shit. I barely slept at all. I barely slept all night. Not only did the prospect of seeing Eileen's home, but at this being my first trip so far from my own. Right now, though, I'm just glad to be free of the motorbike vibration and noise. I've finally become used to the odd short trips around the city, but this road trip is something else entirely.
Still getting your back legs, huh?
I'm sorry, but don't get me wrong. I love the VA for Rose. But I'm still picturing Kaida. More specifically, Kaida, and if Kaida was in the Diagonal Twixt skit.
It's been 4 hours. Ugh, give me a break.
4 hours on a motorcycle? Excuse me?
3 more to go.
Look, it's the beauty of a curse of just being referenced in everything. Granted, I fortunately escaped most of that. Mostly because I know how to hide a lot of my accent. Mostly because if I just talk like a decent pace, I can really just kind of sort of mask it. But if I just kind of slow it down, you can kind of hear. I guess it all just depends. She digs in once more as I groan and try to swing my legs back to life. Move.
Man, the steaks here are amazing. You're missing out.
I think I'll be fine.
I don't want steak. I want that plate of nachos. I'm not. Is that nachos? I'm gonna assume it's nachos. Also, the small detail of picking out the jalapenos and putting them to the side. I feel that. Or they might be cheese fries. I don't know. Maybe someone can verify this for me. I take a sip of my milkshake while gauging how best to tackle it. Oh, no, it is nachos. Tackled a huge plate of steaming nachos before me, buried in cheese, sauce, and sour cream. Ugh, lost me at the sour cream. The jalapenos are carefully picked off and sitting to the side. There's not much to see out here as I glance out the window. There's an endless plain of stretching out to the horizon, an enthusiastic welcome sign at the otherwise invisible border being all that indicated we entered a different state. Not sure what I expected. I knew there are no rivers or anything defining the border, but it's a different thing to see that for yourself. It's just so arbitrary. A line on the map, nothing more. Far from being any sort of revelation, it just makes me feel rather silly about being so sheltered. This all probably barely registered to Eileen as she drove along the lonely highway. Rose picks up her phone to check the address I gave her once again, forcing down the current chunk of steak she's eating with a giant gulp.
Still have a while to go, huh? If it's as close to the big city as you've said, we shouldn't have a problem finding the place.
Also, can I just say, I will repeatedly say that. Love her fucking tattoo.
So, she's never told you anything about her home? Her family?
She mentioned her sister once.
She scratches the back of her head as she thinks.
I don't mean to pry, but I still don't get why she'd come all the way from outside the state to live in Utah. Not that I have anything against the place, I do like it, but it's not exactly where I choose if I were her. But coming here just for a community college, that's the part that gets me. I'm not exactly an artist, but from what you've said, she could probably get a scholarship at a proper college. Sounds like she could probably afford tuition even without one.
Rose looks to me for answers, but I have none. When she puts it that way, there are vast stretches of Eileen's past that are total black spots to me. She leaves me to stew a little as we eat our respective piping up again as she chews.
Remember when you asked me about my family a few weeks ago? And I blew you off? I feel like I should probably explain that.
Oh? Rose lore?
Not to get too deep into things, I ended up cutting ties with my mom and pop. Given what my family was like, I wanted to have a clean break from them.
Oh. I'm sorry for bringing it up.
I've made peace with it, don't worry. My point is,
Failing to remember, she starts circling her forehead.
The point of all this was... Right, Eileen.
Oh, if there was ever two moods, if that would be, if there were ever two moods that would describe, that would be it. Just getting for once, getting a single train of thought. And next thing you know, it's a bullet train, and it just passes me up, and I'm just standing there, staring at the void.
I'm just saying that there might be a reason she's cagey about her personal life.
I guess that makes sense. My nod earns a comforting grin.
You're a good kid, Allison. I'm sure you'll do fine. In fact, you even taught me a little something. To be honest, I expected to be mothering you around when you first arrived to live with me. That you were some kid I already knew everything about, who I'd be left teaching adult life to. Yeah, I was kinda wrong there.
But you've helped me so much. I couldn't have managed without you around.
You've surprised me so much. You made me rethink how much I know about the world and other folks as an adult. I got a little arrogant without even realizing it, and you brought me down to earth. I thought adulthood was about knowing everything, but it's actually about admitting how much you don't know. I wanted to thank you for teaching me that.
Damn, I wasn't expecting lessons. Maybe I should have put this under the education tab. Satisfied with her explanation, Rose quickly gets back to her precious steak. Left in thought, I get back to my own food. Oh, still, I love that scenery. I didn't realize I could have such an impact on another's life, let alone Rose's. I looked up to her so much that I forgot we're both just muddling through life together. Eileen's lived so much of her life in a solitary manner that maybe opening up to me isn't as easy. Maybe she just doesn't want to, given her past experience.
Eileen aside, this trip's probably a good thing. It'll push you out of your own comfort zone a little. You've already grown in the time I've been bunking with you. Just hang in there, right?
Thanks. I will.
Atta girl.
I love them both, but why do I feel like I'm in for a fields trip? Sharing a smile, we get back to our food. Nom 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 nom. Of all the people I might have ended up with as a roommate, someone like Rose was among the last I expected. Maybe she's just the sort of person who was best for me. The two of us find ourselves in a surprisingly quaint little corner of America, a heavily forested town with snow-covered pines visible no matter which direction you look. Wood seems to be of the norm for buildings around here rather than concrete. I find it quite charming, actually. I was worried I'd be awkwardly roaming through some manicured slice of suburbia, but this feels closer to a friendly country town, almost something from one of Eileen's western.
Just give me a call the day before you want to come back, alright?
I will. Thanks again for all this. I know it's a really long way.
Don't worry, it's a nice ride out to here anyway. Might stick around a bit before heading back.
As she walks back to her bike, she stops and turnarounds once more, raising her hand in farewell.
If you ever want to give me a call, go ahead. It's no problem. I'll be seeing you, Allison.
Bye, Rose. Thanks for everything.
She beams a smile as she gets back on her bike, fitting her helmet before kicking back the stand. With a flick of her wrist and a press of her foot, her bike roars to life, Rose sailing off down the road and around the corner out of sight. Ooh. Pretty fancy. I do my best to appear natural as I turn back to the house before me, duffel bag of clothes slung over my shoulder. The scenery around here is nice and there's hardly a crowd. In fact, I'm the only person around at all. Now that I get a good look at it, Eileen's house sure is big. I slowly scan around as I slowly make my way down the front garden path, taking it in every detail. I guess being outside the city would make bigger houses a little more affordable. Debatable. With the gulp, I generally pressed the doorbell beside the solid oaken door, quickly brushing my clothes with my hands afterwards to look as presentable as possible. Even as muffled footsteps approach, I try to flick a little snow from my hair. Eileen opens the door and I'm greeted by a warm smile that reflects a reaction at the sight of me makes me feel better already.
Fancy seeing you here.
I made it. In the end.
Enjoy the bike ride?
Yeah, it was great.
I don't think I managed to make that very convincing. Looking at each other, we both realize we're just making small talk. He leans forward, the two of us sharing a momentary kiss before she nods for me to come in. Bye, Kaida. Have a good night. Get some sleep. Get good sleeps. It's strange how such a simple action can feel so nice every time. My heart skipping, even from the most gentle peck. I obediently follow her inside, closing the door behind me as I do.
Dad, she's here!
Eileen's cut off by the sound of sharp footsteps on the carpet, rapidly approaching. A small figure suddenly skips around the corner of the stairs and out into the entrance, nearly barreling straight into Eileen before stopping herself. With both of us taken by surprise, the small girl examines me, likely around 10 by the look. It's difficult not to see a bit of Eileen in her face.
Hello there.
Quickly shuffles behind Eileen and responds, her apprehensive face peering out from. Just gives a sigh in response. Shy.
Welcome to the family.
The smell of freshly cooked chicken smell of freshly cooked chicken waves in the air. The skin is still steaming away with an appetizing glint. The line of plates down the center of the table hardly lights for sides, with potato salad, coleslaw, lettuce, and other greens. While I'm thankful for the luxurious dinner before me, it's a rather quick introduction to her family. I can't help but feel intimidated when surrounded by everyone at once. With her father already preparing dinner as Eileen lets me in, and her mother arriving from work only soon after, it was unavoidable. That being the case, here we all are, gathered around one big table. Well, not exactly a mansion. It's obvious Eileen's family lives very comfortably. I'd probably been green with envy at how well off they are, if not for being so self-conscious of how to act in front.
I suppose some proper introductions are in order now that we're all together. I'm Eileen's father, Andrew, and this is my lovely wife, Elizabeth.
A pleasure. And you would be Allison?
Oh, yes. Allison Merlot.
My nerves seem to amuse her father as he gives a reassuring smile.
This isn't a job interview. You can relax.
Right, yeah, sorry.
I let out a lone breath to try and relax a little, though it doesn't really work.
Well, now, let's dig in. I'm no chef, but it hopefully shouldn't give you food poisoning.
Smiling politely at his attempt to lighten the mood, I start to ladle this and that from a large plate. My mouth's already watering at the prospect of so much wonderful smelling food. Rose might be many things, but she isn't a cook. I don't know why, but the little sister just feels like a mood. Satisfied with my selection of meats and salads, I pile some potato salad on my fork and tenderly have a taste. My reaction seems to draw some smiles as I make progress on a meal, but I'm so enamored with the food I can't help but keep going.
It's nice to see Eileen's already made friends in college.
Friends. Yeah. Let's go with that. A brief panic comes over me as I realize we haven't talked this over. Is she out to her parents? Are we going to play this as simply friends? As I mull over how to handle things, Eileen's voice cuts through.
Allison's my girlfriend. I probably should have mentioned that earlier.
Answer Saul. Everything seems to stop for a moment. Oh no.
Yes, you should have.
Oh no. Oompa loompa doobity doo. I got a bad feeling about you.
I thought you said having a girlfriend wouldn't be a problem.
Oh no. Is this going where I think it's going?
You know that isn't what I'm talking about. This isn't the first time you've kept us in the dark since moving out.
I have to admit that I can sympathize with her mother, which puts me in a delightfully awkward spot. Eileen's father makes no attempt to mediate which is probably the best approach.
I didn't think I needed to report back on everything I did.
Don't you think this is important enough to warrant a phone call?
Neither Eileen nor her mother raised their voice, even eating the odd bits of food as they quibble. The argument almost felt routine, which, going by her father's reaction, might well be the case. Even her sister is still eating it with badly hidden glances.
I mean, our daughter's first girlfriend. Isn't it nice she gained something from college?
She looks pointedly to her husband with an edge of a snark to her voice, but he, perhaps smartly, simply acknowledges her with a smile, dropping that on them here and now is quite the decision. I'm beginning to wonder why I thought this was a good idea. Can't read our parents at all, but I can already tell my presence here is only increasing a tension that usually permeates.
Well, you know now.
At least Eileen dating a girl isn't a problem in and of itself. Eileen's father finally pipes up as their argument peters out, taking a swig of his wine to wash down his food.
Setting all that aside, it sounds like college in Utah is working out well for the both of them.
Father gives a brief chuckle, maybe sensing my tense mood. Seems down to earth and especially compared to her mother. That said, I get a vague feeling of being a foreigner, and not just because I'm in a different city, as if there's a certain social etiquette that I'm not quite aware of, but everyone else is following naturally.
Quite. So, tell us about yourself, Allison.
Attention now focus. I freeze up. I must have expected this would come up. Judging by the conversation, Eileen probably told him nothing about me. This feels like introduction first day of element over again. Yay, icebreakers!
Let's see. I go to the same college as Eileen. I've lived in the same city my whole life, but I moved a little closer to campus before semester started, so I'm still getting used to that.
So, you're an art student like Eileen?
Oh, no. I'm nowhere near her level. I'm actually on a science scholarship.
Science, huh?
Oh, that perked her in.
We are in the art club together, though. We met through the mutual friend who made it.
I see.
Previous curiosity suddenly hits a wall, her entire demeanor changing. Did I say something wrong? The abrupt change in tone completely breaks my train of thought, unsure of whether to continue or clear things up. The other problem I have is the feeling of someone's eyes drilling into me. Lean's mother notices as my eyes side, her hand holding the little girl's back.
Come on, dear. Be polite.
The effort doesn't seem to motivate her. The little girl resisting as her suspicious face shrinks beyond her patterned children's
Don't be
play.
silly.
My name's Eve.
Nice to meet you, Eve. That's a lovely name.
He's smiling, but her pouting shows my charm offensive isn't working out. Once again, Eileen comes to the rescue, speaking up as I try to think of another way to overcome her distrust.
Are you going to be like this all night?
Eve just huffs and starts shoveling food into her mouth. The size of her spoon and the table before her makes the attempt at seriousness looks more amusing than anything else.
Don't mind her. She'll come around.
And she might say that, but I was hoping her cute little sister might be a little warm towards me. At least her mother has given up questioning me.
Oh, I almost forgot to tell you. The spare guest room's just been cleaned out a few days ago, so you can use that while you're here.
Thank you very much. I'm really sorry to impose so much on you.
You have charm going for you. Wouldn't you say, Eileen?
He grimaces. Mother embarrassing her in that particular way, only a parent knows how. I can already feel my eyelids getting heavy as I lean back into the wonderfully couch. The exhaustion of the trip and meeting with Eileen's foes catches up to me as I rest in the living room. Fireplace happily crackles away near the Christmas. Cozy room, all the warmer thanks to the heat of the shower still lingering. All that can be heard are the fire and the faint clanking of dishes as Eileen's parents wash up, recounting the day's events between them. I very nearly succumbed to my dizziness before Eileen walks in, pulling back her still slightly wet hair. The sight of her in her pajamas wakes me up a little, though I quickly try to move my gaze elsewhere. She practically collapses on the couch beside me, staring up at the ceiling for a while to collect herself. I catch myself staring at her, but if she minds, she doesn't show it.
Ugh.
What a day. That goes for the both of us. I almost mentioned the argument I had with her mother, but I can't work out how I want to phrase it. Maybe it's for the best that Eileen preempts me. How was the trip? Now that we can talk properly. The times we stopped good. You're braver than I am. Couldn't pay me enough to get on one of those things. Come on, how dare you be a natural at it? No way. Your roommate's crazy for using it as our only transportation. Your parents seem nice. Eileen just shrugs. I wish they were a little more subtle. About what? Being so specific that you'll use the guest room, not mine. Damn. My cheeks flush scarlet as I connect the dots.
Huh?
You just realized what that was about?
Oh!
No, but I... Still embarrassed to talk about it. Eileen finds amusement in how flustered I am. I bury my face in my hands. Never change. If I had lied and said we were just friends, I'm wondering if they would have been so adamant about the two of us not sharing a room. I peek at her from behind my hands. I really don't know what to say. I don't know enough about her parents to say anything. Maybe that would have been better, huh? Her smile returns and she leans in towards me. I feel my face go redder. My heart starts burning in my chest. All I can do is lean in to meet her. Eileen closes her eyes, our lips meeting for one brief moment. As I pull back, the two of us look at each other and smile, partly from happiness, partly from our sheeping. Oh. It's going to be a while before this comes naturally, I guess. As I watch her though, Eileen's face slowly collapses in frustration. What's wrong?
Everything's wrong!
Eileen makes no secret of her displeasure as she sighs and takes to her feet, confronting the small and very unhappy girl before us. It stings to be so close, only to be interrupted.
Eve.
Eileen's sister takes little notice, directing her pouting towards the object of her annoyance. Me.
She's my sister. I finally get to play with Eileen after so long, and you keep hugging her.
Oh.
Wanna play, do you?
Eileen flits behind while she's busy raining at me, bringing her arms around the child's midsection and lifting her up against her chest with ease. As Eve finds her feet dangling a couple inches from the carpet, she begins flailing around to grab a foothold.
Let go of me!
Wow, you haven't grown at all.
That'll definitely help her calm down. To no surprise, the two starts fighting. Eve's slight body jerking this way and that as Eileen plants her feet and refuses to let go despite her squirming around.
I'll tell Mom on you!
Okay, I take it back. I love Eve. She's adorable.
And what? She'll ground me?
Eve fruitlessly continues to struggle, arms and legs flailing about in the air. For all her frustration and growling, her acting out just makes Eileen all the more amused as she teases her little sister. Watching two having their little sibling scuffle, it reminds me of my brothers at home. For the first time, my nerves about being here fade a little. Okay, so I'm gonna just take a quick break. I know I kind of started way later than I wanted and just kind of saw, but it's like I need hydration. So we will be right back momentarily. we're back. Sorry about that. Also, I'm mad now. Apparently, apparently the vending machine down in my complex, they rose the price on the drinks now. I mean, which usually isn't entirely a huge deal, but it's like the fact that I went down there with like $1.50 in quarters, realized they raised it to $2, then I had to go back and get the actual change, and then go back and get a drink because I really wanted a drink. Either way, that's just a me personal problem. Oh well. Okay, so now back to this. Sitting on the side of the bed, I'll be using for a week. I idly watch the news on a small television placed on a cabinet. The little speakers on the device try valiantly, but the voices are so tiny I can barely understand them. It's 10:30 in the evening, going by the clock in the corner of the broadcast. Adulthood's weird. Now that I can go to sleep whenever I want without my parents disapproving, I dutifully do so at a reasonable time anyway, so I can be fresh for school. Another point on the board for callouts I didn't need. The fact that I'm actually watching the news nowadays too is strange. And that I don't do. Honestly, I barely watch TV nowadays. Ordered reports about trucks being stuck after sliding around on the roads. I let myself flop back onto the soft blankets as it drones on. Lacking the energy to do much else, I lazily stare upwards. Yet another unfamiliar ceiling above me. It feels like everything is constantly changing these days. My old home didn't have a guest bedroom, let alone one that's so nicely furnished. Here I was thinking I'd be squeezing into Eileen's bed. Not that I haven't minded that at all. For all the lovely things she has here, though, Eileen seems to be intentionally trying to distance herself from her parents. I don't understand it at all. She might have told me not to pry into her life, but it's hard to ignore what's right in front of my face. I quickly shuffled myself up at the sound of opening doors sliding across the carpet. With a gentle touch, Eileen gingerly closed the door behind her. I thought everyone would be asleep by now, but maybe I should have expected her of all people to be up.
Eileen.
She puts a finger over her lips as she turns back before walking up, climbing onto the bed and facing me as I twist around. The two of us ends up sitting in its center. Shouldn't you be sleeping? Same goes for you. She has me there. Far from the quiet feeling awkward, I find myself smiling at our secret rendezvous. Feels like we're kids having sleepover. Too bad the movie's just news instead of some horror movie we snuck past our parent. Who did that? Once. My friends were so freaked out we went back to our usual horrible romance stuff. But horrible rom-coms are the best. Honestly, if I were to rate types of movies, shitty B-rated horror movies is number 1. Cringy rom-coms is number 2. And when I say shitty horror movies, I mean like Lamageddon, Velocipaster. There's nothing wrong with romance movies. Her face makes it abundantly clear that this is a difference of opinion that'll never be bridged. I have to admit, there is one thing different to back then too. Lean's body is really hard to ignore when we're like this. As much as I try to distract myself from the subject, she did sneak into my bedroom at night. What's wrong? Nothing, it's just, you're really pretty. True. It isn't often. Oh wait, hold on. Wait. Was that? Oh. It isn't often I catch her being bashful, but I think this might finally be one of those times. My moment of victory is brief, though, with Eileen's quick movement towards me, taking me all the more off guard. Unable to make sense of the girl suddenly lunging at me, both of us are sent falling backwards into the soft mattress. Oh. Oh. It takes a couple seconds to collect myself and work out what's happened. Time seeming to stop as I left staring upwards at the pair of emerald eyes above me. I'm pinned, I think. A brief attempt to right myself ends with a little more than a couple weak jerks. Eileen holding my arms to the thick sheets with her body weight. Silence reigns in my vision, filled with her face looking downward. I have no idea what to say as my heart beats wildly in my chest, yet she doesn't say a word.
Eileen, what are you...
I missed you.
Oh, I'm supposed to respond to that. Were her face any different? I think it's an invitation, but there's a sincerity there that takes me off guard. I wonder how often I see her face, or anyone's, from this close and for so long. I can't help but to stare upwards, trying my best to read that face I so often can't. As I do, though, I realize something. She's doing just the same. Maybe she's scared of forcing me to do something I don't want to do, or afraid of getting too close too fast. Maybe she's simply like I am, unused to being looked at this intently. Either way, she isn't leering over me. Eileen's genuinely unsure what to do next. Whatever the reason, I can't help but smile a little.
Did I say something wrong?
I was just thinking how you're still the same as ever.
What's that supposed to mean?
I answer her confusion by lifting my chin a little in invitation, not that I can move much more. Without any further prompting needed, she pressed her lips to mine with a satisfied sigh. It isn't long before our tongues moved about, her breathing tingling on my face. I squirm about roughly as the atmosphere gets heavier between us, Eileen easily keeping me down. It's a little exciting to be playing like this, and she shows no sign of letting up. A shiver runs up my spine as I find her. Oh. Well then. Then several sharp thuds against the door ring out. My entire body freezes as my heart nearly jumps out of my chest. The both of us freeze up as I break from our kissing to look over, hoping against hope that door doesn't creak open.
It's getting late, Allison.
Why now of all times? I can only thank my lucky stars that we've been quiet, but being one door handle turned from being seen like this is far too close for comfort.
Right. Sorry, I'll go to bed soon.
That was remarkably more natural than I thought I'd be able to pull off.
Thank you. If you need anything, just ask. Sleep well.
Thanks. Good night.
Can't believe the mom, honestly. The lying, the witch, and the audacity of this bitch. As our footsteps go down the hallway, the both of us heave a great sigh. The mood's completely gone as both of us look at each other. I suppose this is one benefit of Eileen having her own apartment. I run my hands through my hair to settle myself down as Eileen sits back on the bed, wisely letting a few minutes go by before trying to slip out of my room. I also miss being alone, miss living alone. Well, that was annoying. See you tomorrow, I guess. Have a good sleep. With that, she slips off the bed, quietly shuffling across the room before pausing a moment before returning the handle. As I pick myself up to wish her a good night, she curtly turns back. I think you look real pretty too. I don't mean it to form a reply before she skitters out of the room. Then again, my scarlet cheeks probably did the job for me. Rubbing sleep from my eyes, I slowly drag myself to the living room. A restrained yawn hurdles my entrance. I thought I might have trouble getting to sleep in an unfamiliar place, but after everything that happened, I crashed almost immediately. I don't know, am I weird that like when I'm at home, I struggle to actually go to sleep. But if I'm like somewhere else, I'll be out in an instant. The other way around. What's weird enough, I feel like it might just be my bed. Like, mostly the mattress. Because, funny enough, I could take a nap on the floor, no problem. Looks like Eileen's family are early risers. Noise from the kitchen presumably being from her parents, while the television blares away just ahead. The fire crackling would make it quite a cozy scene, if not for being interspersed with cartoon voices. Eve sits on a couch as I glance down, already bundled up in her winter outfit like a puffy ball of clothing, eagerly watching the morning cartoons, her legs swinging away as she happily munches on a bowl of brightly colored cereal. Just reminds me of being a little, when I was younger, just being a little pebble. Just sitting at the table watching cartoons. Usually that range from either Yu-Gi-Oh! Or Ninja Turtles, depending on what was actually playing. I can't help but smile, reminded of my own childhood. The show and the setting might be different, but the innocence is just the same. I forgot what this simple experience felt like. Nowadays, it's just me sitting at my desk and looking to see what webtoons updated. I take a seat beside the oversized hamster, Eve barely acknowledging my presence, before Eileen pops in from the kitchen and calls out to me. Looks like the coffee in her hand hasn't kicked in quite yet. Speaking of coffee, we take a small intermission break just to announce, hey, I'm doing a collab with Kaida on Sunday. We're both going to be playing Genshin before we even have coffee. So if you want to see us try to not lose our shit at each other, mostly her trying to keep sane while carrying me, because not gonna lie, I have not done a lot in Genshin since Honkai, since Star Rail released. Okay.
Allison.
Want any food? There's toast and cereal if you want any. I don't usually eat breakfast. Thanks, though. Shrugging in response, the tired Eileen heads back out. Despite settling down to watch Eve's cartoon with her, I can't help but eavesdrop as the conversation between Eileen and her mother can be heard from the other room.
Any plans for the day?
Was going to study for school.
Real studying? Not just drawing?
Oh, so that's the issue. Cartoon's loud exclamations punctuate the short silence that forms Eileen's reply.
Should have known. I've seen your marks from high school. I just want you to do well. Maybe you can have Allison help. She seems to have a good head on her shoulders.
She's been helping me with my math already.
And here I was, worrying about who you might end up with for a girlfriend.
You know I can handle myself fine. Why worry?
Because I'm your mother. That's why.
Eileen doesn't exactly sound buoyed by the comments, but I have to admit that the praise is nice to hear. It's a bit sad to hear her mother doesn't approve her pursuing art though. I wonder how tempered this exchange is, thanks to them keeping things together since I'm around.
Oh, morning, you two.
Going out, dear?
Just swinging into town to grab paper and milk. Want to come along?
Eve, Allison, we're heading out for a moment.
Okay.
We're going by your favorite shop, Eve.
I'm coming! She drops her almost finished bowl onto the coffee table so hastily that it nearly spills, skittering out the door with a faint pitter-patter on the carpet. It's amazing how much energy kids have. Eileen's parents give a short farewell as they escort Eve out, the girl racing out straight to the car, to be a child again, filled with excitement for the next car trip or television show. With their family out the door, Eileen watches them drive off before heading over. I shift over a little as she drops onto the couch, setting her coffee down with somewhat more care than her sister's cereal. Yes, because coffee is life. Or tea, depends on however you choose to intake your morning caffeine. I give a loud stretch, but rather than being out of tiredness, it's more to calm myself as my heart starts beating with anticipation. We're finally alone, for real this time. As I look over to Eileen, it's obvious that she has the same idea as she turns off the television. Want to pick up where we left off last night? I want to, but isn't it kind of early for this? She has to think that one through. It'll wake us up. God damn. I'm not given a chance to respond as she presses her lips to mine. Not that I particularly wanted to argue the fact. This will likely be the last time we can share a moment like this for a good while. The snow makes a satisfying sound as I pat it down, each handful making the sphere before me that a little bit larger. It's surprising how much physical work putting a snowman together is, but this is my first time making one this size. Standing out on the front lawn, in the early morning, I keep patiently patting away at my creation. Slowly but surely building him up. I've been wanting to make a snowman for a while now, but between moving, studying, and hanging out with others, there just hasn't been much time. While I've wanted to keep lazing around with Eileen, her family probably won't take much longer to get back and she wanted to keep practicing her art. If nothing else, at least we're both a lot more awake now. I want to make a snowman. You want to build a snowman? Oh, let's go out and play. It's very nice to be out here, despite the cold, and given some much needed time to unwind. I think I'm living up to the expectations of Eileen's family, but living in another's home under the gaze of strangers is stressful. Not that I'm alone out here. The odd squirrel flits about in the distance between the trees, and the birds can be heard chirping away from the pines. I wonder if Eileen, for her love of the outdoors, appreciates the sound of nature around here. Even if you're the only person around, you're never really alone. That sentence can both be wonderful and ominous at the same time. The air is nice here too, fresh, with just a hint of pine wafting from trees. It's only when a car door clangs shut behind me that I realize I've become so distracted with my surroundings. My father makes idle mention of how little traffic they encountered as they passed into the house, with her mother guessing that the cars must be going in the direction of the city instead. He bounces out of the car after them before stopping to spy what I'm up to. A snowman! Yep. Never had the time to make one back home. Wanna build one too? Yeah! Thinking of further prompting, she enthusiastically rushes past me and crouches down, pushing the snow with her tiny gloved hands. The two of us start working away, with our snowman slowly starting to take form next to mine. There's almost a therapeutic feel to it all, relaxing outside as I see the large snowman coming together with each little step. Even Eve seems to have quieted down, focused wholly on her work. Maybe this is a bit of what sculpture is like. It's satisfying to build something with my own hands and see an object form where there was nothing before. Looking over to Eve's snowman as I go, I'm impressed with how quickly she managed to get something together. The slightly lopsided figure roughly equals to her height.
Wow. You must have lots of practice.
She continues working away at it, making a bit of a show of pounding the snow into shape with both hands, her entire upper body being put into it.
Eileen taught me how to make snowmen.
There's still a bit of hesitation still, as if reminding herself that she shouldn't talk too much to the stranger suddenly hanging around her sister. Hopefully the fun of sharing the experience might help distract her.
It sounds like you and Eileen are really close.
I don't get to play with her much now that she's moved out. I miss her when she goes away, but Mom and Eileen always argue when she's home.
You could visit her back in Utah, maybe. I'm sure she'd like the company.
Dad says we will, but he's always got work.
Oh.
I want to see her paintings. She was always making them before she went away.
Her paintings are really pretty, aren't they?
Yeah, but Mom said it's not a real job, so Eileen gets mad.
Oh. Also, no, fuck what the mom says. Art is a job. Art is a career. I will die on that hill.
What about Dad?
Dad said he thinks the same, but that they shouldn't fight so much over it.
Sounds like they don't get along very well.
Damn it, Andrew. I had hope in you.
Hey, can you make Eileen happier?
I'll certainly do my best.
Satisfied with the best answer I could drum up, she goes back to work on her snowman, little hands collecting some more snow to paddle on. I might say that, but I don't really know where to begin now that I think about it. She's done a lot for me, but when I think back to when we've been together, all I've been able to do around her is watch as she draws and paints. I'm just getting myself worried over her, as she said. Eileen's perfectly capable of looking after herself. It's not like she needs me to be happy. Trying to stop myself from dwelling, I focus on patting the head of my snowman some more to make it a bit less rectangular.
Do you paint too?
Not really. I just draw cute things.
I draw too! Can I show you my drawings later?
Oh, there's the energy.
Sure, that'd be great.
As she beams a grin, I'm glad to be finally making a headway with her. I never thought I'd be bonding through messing around in the snow. From my understanding, the best friendships is always either making a snowman or a snowball fight. However, for me, it's always water balloon fights. Have you shown Mom and Dad? They're always so busy, so I can't always show them. My nanny sees all of them, though. She's nice. My nanny, huh? I suppose you don't get to live this nicely without some sacrifices. I wonder if Eileen was raised by a nanny, too. I wonder if either of them ever really connected with their parents. As we work away on our creations, the door opens once more. Looking around to see who it is, a familiar figure strides up. I do worry about her long boots in the slippery snow, but she doesn't seem to be bothered.
Huh?
What are you two doing? Making snowmen! You don't say. Well, if you want some lunch instead of freezing out here making snowmen all day, come in from the cold already.
Oh.
I want to make him better. Eileen studies her work for a moment before reaching over towards me. Too confused to respond, I just stand there as Eileen's hands reach over and take my scarf in their grip. Unwinding it from my neck, and she silently walks over to Eve's snowman and smartly wraps it around what's probably supposed to be the neck. That looks cool. There. He'll be happier now that he's less cold. He'll still be here when you get back, so go and eat something.
Huh.
Your show is starting, you know. Shocked that she might be missing even a minute, she completely drops off any attention she had on the snowman and stomps off as quickly as her restricting clothes allows. It's obvious Eileen has Eve wrapped around her little finger. Any of us, when a concert or karaoke pops up, hey, you're gonna miss it. And then it's like, oh shit. And then somehow I still end up missing it because notifications are so late nowadays for some reason. All I'm left to do is stare at Eileen pouting. You can grab your scarf bag when Eve gets bored of making him. I was gonna use it on my own snowman.
Seriously?
I swear, you're worse than her sometimes. Priorities. Sorry, give me a second. Notifications coming through and sound of Saturday morning kids shows fill the living room as I walk back in, each hand carefully balancing a bowl of cereal. Eve sits quietly, wholly focused on watching television. While still something of a work in progress, she seems more content to let me hang around, even if she doesn't engage much. Maybe simply being friendly company is enough for her. Despite being the weekend, Eve's parents are out once again. This time they're with Eileen to check how her car is going. Of all the ways Eileen's home is different to my own. Sheer quiet that most gets me. With few cars around nor people nearby, there's only the odd boisterous birds outside to make noise. I could get used to the small town life like this. My spacing out is interrupted as main door shuts with a loud thud, a familiar figure striding past.
Hey. Hey.
Welcome back. How's the car? It's fine. We're heading out once Dad's finished poking at it, by the way. Sure. Where are we going? You'll see. Finish your breakfast for now. I'll get your clothes out and pack everything. Isn't this a bit of a rush? I still have sleep in my eyes from waking up, and she's usually a zombie at this time of morning. Still standing around with bowls in my hand, I hold them out and look down, checking that I'm not going crazy, and did actually dress myself this morning. But I'm already dressed. Not for where we're going. Where are we going? Oh. Oh, I just want to take a second. Sorry, it's just like I'm just a sucker when it comes to landscapes. I guess that's also kind of like why I'm so into like a RPGs, especially. Like even RPGs and like a couple gacha games. There's just like some pretty sceneries that just you just need to take a second to look at and appreciate. Especially if there's a photo mode. Especially if there's a photo mode. Reminds me. Screenshot. The quiet morning is only punctuated by the crunch of snow underfoot, the occasional birds chirping, and jangle of items from our backpacks. Apart from the woman plodding ahead before me and the footprints she leaves behind, all that I can see are pine trees at as much snow on their branches as greenery. Oh, and the puff of condensation from my breaths. The scenery is nice at least. I hardly expected to be spending today hiking through the forest when she dragged me out of the house. But so far, it's been a pleasant way to spend the day. Tired as my legs may be, Eileen's pace doesn't falter. The hiking clothes she lent me hangs off my frame, but I suppose that should have been expected given our height difference. They're comfortable though, and most of all warm. Picked a good day for this. Not exactly warm, but at least it's not bitterly cold. She says this with all the care that one might give when looking out the window. When looking out of the window of a morning. Eileen really seems to be treating this as almost an everyday activity. The fact we need bear spray out here also weighs on my mind. Apparently, being a Blackbeard County, Eileen simply carries it in stride. And so we kept plodding ahead. On the plus side, the air is nice and fresh up here. The odd huge birds walking as it flies above us, its call echoing around the mountains, makes for a nice atmosphere. When we're alone like this, her family feels like the elephant in the room. There's so much I want to talk to her about, but I'm not sure what I'm supposed to say since she told me not to pry. Wanting to fill the air with something, I end up settling for the mildest of small talk. Oh, you're experienced at this, huh?
Sure.
Yeah, been for a few hikes around here. Played outside a lot as a kid and ended up adventuring more and more until I started hiking. With your father or...
No.
No, alone. It's nice to have some time to myself. Without a doubt, Eileen has been the most solitary person I've ever met. Maybe this explains her abrasiveness towards her parents, but it feels a little unfair for her to take it out on them. Coming out here has been real help with my art too. But we're running out of breath. I had to stop and take a moment to collect myself. My natural pace is slower than Eileen's, making this hike all more taxing. How's all this related to art? Everything's related to art if you look in the right spots. The more life experiences you have, the more inspiration you have. Hard to create anything worthwhile stuck in the four walls of my room. Can't argue there. You need input to be able to create output. That's how culture works. Thinking on her words as I turn and start moving once more, Eileen's voice calls out.
Allison.
Watch out, there's a stone there. I look at my feet, quickly stepping around a dangerous trip hazard. If it weren't so big, I move it out of the way for future people coming up here. I took this route a lot as a kid. It's probably the easiest way to make through this area, but you still have to keep an eye out. My breathing heavy, I come to a grim realization that Eileen must have been far more fit when she was young than I am now. Honestly, I don't think I can imagine actually hiking. It's too much work. I prefer to just turn into a dragon and fly.
Sorry.
I'm a total city kid, I guess.
Huh.
You're plenty smart, but you can't just pick up everything from books and the internet, you know. I don't really know how to receive that. Half compliment, half criticism. Is this where Eileen picked up her independence, hiking in the woods alone? It's not like it's bad out here. The air and the sound and everything are nice. I just can't imagine doing this alone. Oh, honestly, I feel like hiking would be nice, and it'd be a fun experience to try, but I feel like I would just get exhausted real fast. And not just because I'm barely being pulled along as it is. Do you think maybe we can rest soon? Going by the frown on her face, Eileen is clearly disappointed with my request. We barely started. There's a resting place I want to reach, but we can't stop every few minutes if we want to get back by sundown. Just how far does she plan to take us? And time skip. Ooh. The sound of the river getting louder and louder as we walk before the two of us finally reach a clearing after a couple of hours or so of hiking. Despite barely being able to walk, I kept myself from complaining anymore. Not wanting Eileen to be disappointed in me again, with the two of us slowing to a stop as she looks around. It seems we'll be finally making a pit stop here. Same as it always was. Looks like nobody's messed with it. I'm about to ask what's so significant about this place before she bends down and sweeps some of the snow off a few large rocks, showing them purposefully set in a small circle. Here, have a seat. Setting herself down on a particularly large rock, I quickly follow her lead and sit next to her. Looks like most of the rocks here were carefully set on the ground to make a little campsite, positioned next to the gently flowing river. My legs are happy I get to sit down. Oh. I don't lie, reading a lot also takes the wind out of me. That's mostly because I'm not used to it. Looks like you've come here before. I ended up building this place into a little camp base over the years. Bears kept taking out anything I brought in or set up, but at least they'd leave the rocks and ditches alone. Eileen makes herself comfortable as she pulls out a tin and thermos to pour herself some water, while I cup my hands and huff in them to warm up a little. The two of us settling down to recover for a while, I listen to the sounds around us. It's so different to my own home, with the sound of cars and crowds replaced by the river slowly trickling and various birds and other wildlife. Somehow, it isn't a surprise. This is the kind of place Eileen would like. As she sits out here thinking to herself, she looks like part of any scenery. Just they're thinking to herself, she looks like part of the scenery, just as she did in her quiet art room. At least until Caprice and I until Caprice and I made it decidedly less quiet. Then there's me in my oversized clothes and labored breaths. It's peaceful. Yeah. I thought my apartment was quiet, but it's nothing like this.
Huh?
Your place wasn't quiet at all when I was there. Constant cars, construction, and people walking by. I'm not like you. I've only ever lived in a big city. I was worried about being so far from home, but I think I like it here. Playing with Eve has been fun too. Your family has been nice to me, really nice to me as well. Eileen's face sours, making me immediately regret adding that last little addendum, or more to the point, that lecturing tone. I want to understand her, but she only gives me small pieces to work with, not enough to puzzle things together. I knew my sudden intrusion into our home would be at least a little awkward, but I've begun to realize Eileen's resistance to bringing me here was about more than that.
Eileen.
I started speaking before even gathering my thoughts. This isn't a great start. Just, what is it that makes you want to be away from them so much? To move to a different state? I mean, is it just about your choice of career, or... Can we not bring that up? I came here exactly to get away from my parents being on my case. And then there was silence. That explains her rush in the morning to organize our hiking trip out here. Especially if she was stuck with her parents. They gave her a car to spin around town. So, what am I even here for? Something's up. Something up. I thought you brought me out here because you wanted to share it with. I was really excited to see the kinds of things you did growing up. Her face tells me that she hadn't even considered that reasoning. I feel a little stupid for attaching so much feeling to this now. Well, I mean, it wouldn't be a good look if I left you back at the house while I wasted time out here. So, this was stress relief for her. Even now, she's not looking at me. Probably more busy thinking things over with regards to her family. I opened my mouth to try and ask her about it, but I can't work out what to say. I'm just here because she feels obligated to invite me. I guess I should have realized that she doesn't want me here. She doesn't want me at her home at all. Oh. Sweetie. Oh. No. I'm the invader. I'm in her space. It's no wonder she treated me like a burden this entire walk. If I was going to get in her way, she should have just said so. Oh, don't think that. In the end, the only reason I even know anything about her disagreement with her parents is because Eve told me. Eileen doesn't want me to know. For now, I'll just have to be content as a spectator, looking into her life without getting too involved.
Huh?
Oh, sweetie. Oh. I quickly looked to her, but rather than acting contrite, she's pointing to my left side with her gaze focused. An insect seems to be lazily crawling around on top of my left hand. The thing about a fingernail and thick and jet black. I don't recognize it, but it looks harmless enough. To be honest, I couldn't care less about the little beetle right now. You're not worried? Should I be? Well, I mean, most people don't like bugs crawling on them. True. So true. Unless it's something innocent. Like, if I know it's not gonna bite me or potentially hurt me, I'm chill. But if I don't know what it is and it looks dangerous, it's getting swatted away. Bugs. Yes. Bugs are usually friends, except roaches. Roaches get the stompies. How she used to live in traumatized the home. Like, especially if it's like either old house or it's like you live out in like country-ish areas. It's like I don't like them. And it's like living in country areas, it makes it difficult sometimes to get away from some of them. Also, not gonna lie, when I think of beetles, my brain just goes back to Pokemon. And I think of just think of Heracross. I think that'd probably also be the only time I would be scared if I saw a beetle the size of a Heracross. What else now? Think about it. Heracross would be scary. Beedrill would be terrifying. Butterfree, the Butterfree line I would be fine with. What else? I'm trying to think of some other, like, bug types. Let's see. Larvesta, Volcarona, I think I would actually be chill with. I just shrug, leaning down to press the side of my hands on cold ground while gently persuading the bug to get off with my other hand. After a bit of effort, the little fella gets off my glove and onto the soil, scampering off a little faster for the experience. It won't hurt me. What? Just another of your animal friends? I'm not exactly in the mood for being teased. It's the kind of thing you can learn in books or on the internet. Eileen laughs it off, but I'm sure she can tell I'm being snippy. With that, she stands up, putting her thermos and cup back onto her backpack before dusting herself off. Ready to keep going then? We still got the afternoon ahead of us.
Sure.
Yeah, sure. I try to put as much enthusiasm as I can muster, but I get this distinct feeling that I'm just along for the ride now. And so she pushes me forward without looking back at me. This has always been where I am with her. Whether I'm watching Eileen paint or watching her hike, I'm always far behind her with eyes on her back. Oh. Okay, so I'm gonna take a moment to save. And gonna take another break. So I'll take this small moment to, of course, say thanks for hanging out, chilling out. Obviously, we're still going because I refuse to just end. I want to finish Act 3 so I can, at some point, get Twofold and started. Granted, there might be a small break from visual novels for a bit before I do start that, just so I can get a little more variety of content going on. This is also a reminder: get up, hydrate, unshrimp yourself, and we'll be right back. Alright, we are back. I really need to get it. Oh wait, nope, 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 nope. Okay, just backtrack for a second, just because I love the transitions so much here. But the wave to her father as his car disappeared down the road. Eve takes my hand in hers as we start off down the street. With the weather particularly nice, an evening and burn off some energy, we decided to take a grand tour of the local town. Her pace is thankfully slower than her sister, as with my sore legs needing a rest after the excursion yesterday. I had wanted to do this with Eileen, but she couldn't be dissuaded from painting in her room. There wasn't much fighting me to argue with her, so that was that. Maybe some time away from her is the best. Even people who like each other sometimes need a break, I think. The old wooden storefront hardly looms over us, being mostly just a couple of stories tall. Themselves, dwarfed by the forest hill behind. Strolling around is a much nicer way to take in than clutching the roads on the back of our bike. It's nice here. Kind of boring sometimes, though. Thinking about it, I can see that being the case for a child. Few people out and about today are basically graying older folks hobbling along as I look around us. Such a pleasant atmosphere has its downsides. My thinking is interrupted by a ping from my pocket. As we stop for a moment, I pull up my phone from my pocket and unlock it. Who is it? Oh, just my dad asking how I'm doing. As she stands on her tiptoes trying to look over the phone in curiosity, I get an idea. Crouching a little and bringing the phone level with her as she sets herself back down, I hold it steady. I'll send him photos. Stay still. In response, Eve fixes her posture to stand up prim and proper, dusting herself off to look as good as possible. It's charming how seriously she takes this. With the tap and click, the photo's saved and quickly sent onto Dad as a message. Friend, sister. Oh. Oh, so she never told her parents yet. Yep. Yay! I still can't get over the profile pic. It's just the energy of whack. Whack. Everything's there. Back home, safe and sound. Your brothers are driving us nuts. We'll be glad to have you back. Sounds like things are the same as ever then. See you in a few days. Miss you. Take care. Enjoy the last of your trip. I smile and lock the phone once more, slipping it back to where it belongs. I have to stop myself from counting days left here. I don't want to start regretting this trip and once again wishing I was home. Edie. Hey, what's your family like? Totally different, I'll say that much. I have mom, dad, 3 brothers, and a cat. We all live in the city, and it's really busy and noisy every day. They're nice, though. It'll be good to be back home. Satisfied with my answer, Eve pulls me forward as we begin our tour in earnest. As she points out this and that, though, my thoughts aren't about Eve or my family, but stuck on wanting to be doing this with Eileen. Just as it was whenever I watched her paint, I feel like I'm watching her life from outside rather than sharing our time together. I don't doubt that she likes me. She certainly likes me in a physical sense. I like those times too, but I feel like I'm the only one who wants us to become closer in more than just a physical sense. I'm the one who planned our first date. I'm the one who asked to come here. Now, I'm wondering if Eileen ever even wanted any of it. The one time I thought Eileen wanted to share something with me, she was just using me to distract herself from our problems. Problems that she wouldn't talk to me about. All I can do is sigh. What's wrong? Just ashamed that your sister was busy. That's all.
Allison.
Is Eileen having a good time in college?
Huh?
Why do you ask? Mom said she was worried about Eileen since she moved out, but when Eileen's around, they always argue.
Oh.
Is she really alright? Eve says this with a genuine worry in her voice. Eileen's parents really do care about her, even if she doesn't think so sometimes. Eileen's fine. Every day she's making pretty paintings and having fun with her friends, and she's helped me a lot since I met her. Eileen's always been fine, now that I think about it. Ever since we met, I merely watched her as she lived her life. Since getting together, has anything really changed? For all our intimacy, she still treats me the same way as she always has. All while relentlessly pursuing her ambitions. No, I can't think like that. I'll get myself wound up. Your parents are nice, aren't they? She gives an enthusiastic nod. They think you're nice too, since you hang out with me. At least they think I'm useful, I suppose. I never realized it before, but having a little sister's really fun. Not that I mind my own siblings, but 3 older brothers aren't quite the same company. Let's see some more of town before we have to go back then, okay?
Gotcha.
Yeah. Finally back from our trip, after a bus ride back, Eve bounced through the door as I dragged myself in and closed it behind us. I don't know how kids can have so much energy. Honestly, I have no clue how kids can have so much energy. Then again, honestly, I used to have a lot of energy. Where the hell did it go? Eileen stands with a glass of water, looking nonplussed at our entrance before noticing the new book held tightly under Eve's arm as she skips over to the living room sofa.
Allison.
You didn't. I can spare that much money. It can be her Christmas present from me. You're enjoying having a little sis, aren't you? She got me. How's the painting going? Need to go down to the city soon for supplies and stuff. No art supply stores around here. Wanna come? So I'm along for the ride as usual. I feel bad for thinking bad thoughts about her, but I can't muster any real want to come along. I'll just be baggage while she did her thing.
Sorry.
Sorry, still tired from yesterday.
Sure.
Suit yourself. I'll be straight afterwards. I'll be straight back afterwards. We're having pizza for dinner tonight, by the way. Ah, good. Two of us briefly wondered how to continue conversation, but I can't think of anything else to add. With that, she wanders back to her room to keep painting. I feel like I should follow. At least I see our paintings come along, but my feet are stuck. Feel stuck. Left the Millbow alone as Eve can be heard happily humming to herself from the sofa. I decided to turn around and head back out the door for some air. The warm afternoon air is starting to fade by now, causing me to push my hands into my pockets to try to save whatever warmth I can. At this rate, the weather's going, it is sure gonna be a cold Christmas. At least the snowmen are liking it, still standing tall as they guard Eileen's house from the front yard. It's easy to lose sight of when inside, but her house sure is big. Even the yard's pretty spacious. But I suppose living so far from town would help that. A nice house, enough money to live alone on her parents' dime, trips all the way to Germany. Eileen really did get a good start in life compared to me. It annoys me a little that she doesn't seem to see that, especially when it's her parents paying her for her apartment. Sweet. Yeah. I don't want to assume where a lot of the story is going, but I can't help it. I feel like it's gonna go bad. Painting alone in a room, hiking alone in the woods, living alone in an apartment too big for one person. Is that really independence? Moving out away from our parents, but still relying on them for everything. Try as I might to get closer to Eileen, I can't help but feel like I'm just hanging around her. When I'm looking at her back, is it just because she's always ahead of me? Why shouldn't she turn around to look at me? I wonder what I really am to Eileen. The fact I can't work out an answer makes me restless. As a lump starts to form in my throat, I quickly decide to wander back inside. All I'm doing is making myself feel worse by dwelling on all this. I should make the most of my time here, given I only have a few days left. The park makes for a peaceful sight as we enter. The three of us slipping between the low wooden barriers as we step from through the rough concrete car park to the snow-covered grass. A bundled up Eve clings tightly to Eileen and I with both her little hands, each of us on either side. A bag of old bread swings away at Eileen's other side, destined for the local wildlife. I feel like a killjoy to say bread isn't good for them. Let it be known, bread is not good for most wildlife. With the two of us acting as babysitters, thanks to Eileen's parents working, we decided it'd be better to head outside than let her vegetate on the couch watching cartoons all day. Not gonna lie, I feel like both sides of that coin. Some days I just want to go out and venture, just explore. Other days I just want to sit here. Just sit here and watch cartoons. Tired from the walk, I take a seat on the swing facing the lake as Eileen's mother take a seat on a swing facing the lake as Eileen mothers around Eve. Tugging at the girl's scarf to pull it tight, Eileen hands over the bag of bread for the ducks before ruffling her hair affectionately. I wonder if that's why Eileen does that to me now that I think about it. With her sister having finished her fussing, Eve turns and starts for the shore while Eileen watches her intently. Be careful around the water, Eve.
Okay.
Okay. The ducks peacefully floating around the still lake start flapping around excitedly, quickly realizing that the girl waddling towards them, coming bearing food. Satisfied that Eve isn't gonna topple over in a rush and in a flop, Eileen wanders back towards me and seats herself on the other swing, all the while keeping a keen eye out. It looks like nobody else is here after all. It's getting rather cold, but it's more likely people being busy with the holiday sales. I think the lake to be frozen over given how still it is. Save for the birds floating about.
She's cute.
Yeah.
While Eileen smiles warmly at her sister, I struggle to do the same. I'll soon have to make the call for Rose to pick me up after all, leaving behind this lovely town, Eileen, Eve, their parents. I'm not sure when I'll get to see them again. Eve clumsily crumbs the bread in her gloved hands, chucking out to the lake with various degrees of success. Half the crumbs end up dropping to the ground at her feet, but she doesn't seem to notice.
Is something up? You've been kind of quiet over the last couple of days.
Oh boy.
I really don't get how you're such an upbeat person in general, though.
Nor do I get how she's so comfortable being alone, so apart. The more I'm around her, the more different I feel we are.
I just think it's better to see the best in people.
I have to admit, I wish I could be like that.
Why not try being more friendly in general? Every time I see you, you're closing yourself off to focus on painting or trekking out in the wilderness.
The more I get tied up with people, the harder it is to do what I want to do. You should know that better than most, with Caprice and all.
Oh no, here. Oh no. Oh, this is about to be a fight. I'm hoping I'm wrong, but this feels like it's about to be a fight.
You shouldn't talk so badly about her all the time. She just wants everyone around her to enjoy themselves.
I'm a little taken aback at how firm my tone is, but I'm starting to get tired of how she's always so critical. I force myself to keep my eyes on Eileen despite her own surprise. Maybe it's for the best if I clear the air and talk about this directly. Our concentration is broken by Eve giggling loudly in the distance, the birds enthusiastically crowding around in front of her and occasionally flapping away at the water.
Come on, what's this about? I get the feeling something's on your mind.
It feels like we're hanging around each other, but not actually.
I pause for a moment to phrase my thoughts correctly, trying not to let my emotions cloud my thinking. Eileen, thankfully, patiently waits for me.
I guess it feels like I'm along for the ride. It doesn't feel like I'm really there with you.
What, here? We've been spending a lot of time together, and we've had some nice time to ourselves, right?
that all this is to you?
Silent rings. The fact that she even needs to think about this is a bit upsetting. I don't know how relationships are supposed to go, but it feels like we both have very different ideas about it.
What am I supposed to say? Is there something more you want from me? I'm just not as clingy as you are.
Eileen, no. Very poor choice of
Clingy.
words.
I just want to be by your side. You would have gone off without me the other day if you felt like you could.
Yeah, but I was being considerate of your feelings. Is that a problem?
Oh.
It just feels like you'd rather I wasn't there.
I like being with you, you know that. But I've been fine on my own all this time too. I don't need you to be there.
Oh, fuck. Eileen. Even though I always wanted to spend more time with her, she doesn't even care whether or not I'm there.
You have it so together. I've always admired that about you. Maybe you have it too together. Before coming here, I didn't realize how good a life you left behind when you moved away. To drop everything here, including Eve, to pursue art at a community college? From the way you talked about your family, I thought they must be really hard on you. They just want what's best. I mean, the apartment you have seems like it wouldn't be cheap for them to cover, for one.
Because I don't hear that enough from them every time I'm around here.
Oh. Oh, like, fucking hell.
Can we just drop this? I like being around you because you don't bring up that stuff.
Is that all you want from me? A quiet girlfriend who doesn't ask questions and leaves you alone?
Eileen takes her feet, her mood significantly souring. While I freeze up, I don't feel like shrinking from her for once.
Am I only here to distract you from your parents?
You're the one who begged to come. I told you that you could come precisely because I didn't think you'd go sticking your nose into my life.
But I want to learn more about you. That's what having a relationship is.
That's up to me, not you.
Oh.
This is why you shouldn't have come in the first place.
voicing hurts so fucking much. Like, she points in the general direction of her house.
I'm used to enduring their crap already. I didn't need you here to make things worse. I'm already hearing from them about how my girlfriend has a better life path than I do.
So that's my fault? I think I'm shaking. My eyes are stinging from the salt waiting to flood out.
Maybe they have a point. Did you think any of this through beyond just escaping them? Is that all our relationship is, too?
I had my life on track before I even met you. Just because you and Caprice want to come along and try to push me around, it doesn't mean I'm going to derail myself.
Is that how she thinks of it? Didn't she agree to the yard club? Didn't she agree to date me? Didn't she say she loves me? Hearing the sounds of the footsteps on the snow, the two of us turn in unison towards Eve, standing a few yards away with the empty bread bag held in her hands.
Is something wrong?
Eileen looks to me for a long while, her face full of frustration. I don't think either of us really knows what we should say next, even without Eve being around. Settling herself with a long breath, Eileen smiles as she turns back to Eve. I don't think I'll ever get used to how she shifts her entire demeanor like that.
Everything's fine. Don't worry. It's about time we headed back home.
But I want to keep feeding the ducks.
You have no bread, sweetie. Even with a painful voice segment like that, I fucking love Eve. She's adorable.
That's going to be hard without any more bread. Come on, it's about time we had some food ourselves.
She gives one final glance back before taking Eve's hand in her own and walking ahead. I thought I was someone important to Eileen, but I feel more like I'm just being used to make herself feel better while she lives for her work. I know I have my own faults. I'm not good enough at art to share the hobby with her, and I was barely even able to cook a simple dinner. But I'm trying to get better though, and that's thanks to in part to her. The image I had of her is starting to become difficult to see. Who was the Eileen I admired? The beautiful girl in the beautiful apartment with the beautiful painting? This Eileen is someone so at odds with her family, she decides only to care about herself. As I watch her leave hand in hand with Eve, she looks ever farther away from me. Maybe she's only so far away because we aren't walking on the same path. Oh, that fucking hurt. Oh. Oh. But, oh. As painful as that was, oh. The VAs portrayed it beautifully. Just from... Oh. Just from an artistic perspective. They nailed it. And even still, at the same time, all that fucking hurt. The jingle of the old bell above the grocery store rings out. Sorry. Just moving something around on my... Rubbing one of my fingers and realize I have a paper cut somewhere and no clue how. VA's really said, let's make these people bawl. Really? Like, oh my fucking god. Like, I'm not gonna lie, I haven't felt this much pain since going through, oh, which one was it? Since really going through not Shadowbreak. Since 6.0. Like the first storyline of FF14's expansion of Endwalker. Like that. No. That honestly broke me so much at the... And don't worry, I know I'm going a sort of slow pace on 14 itself, but I promise we will get through that on stream before the new expansion comes out. Mostly because I say that because I kind of want to be able to actually stream the new expansion on my main account. But that's also because I'm excited for Pictomancer. I get to be a painter in the game. I'm trying to remember, did I read this full line? Okay, I'll read it again. The jingle of the old bell above the grocery store rings out as we step through into the street. There's a slight chill in the air, but that hasn't stopped a good few elderly people from hobbling along down the town's streets. Aside from needing to tell Eve she couldn't have the sugary snack or that we walked around, as we walked around, shopping ended up being a quiet affair. Eileen went through the shelves with her usual military efficiency as she ticked off her mental checklist. Yesterday's argument between us hasn't helped, but that's not the only reason for Eileen's quietness. She might not realize it herself, but it's the small things like that which reminds me of her solitary nature. The ability to tune others out so easily isn't something that comes naturally, at least to me. Unfortunately, that's natural for me, but not in that way. I just have really poor hearing, fun fact. Because fun lore fact about Umber, I actually do kind of have small hearing problems in my left ear. For one of helping at least a little, I took one of the overstuffed bags we ended up with to carry myself.
Thanks.
Thanks for coming and helping carry all this.
Sure.
It's fine. I wanted to see a bit of the town anyway.
Eileen!
Can we sit down? I'm tired. It's not that far from the car.
Hey,
Wouldn't hurt to rest a bit, would it? There's a bench right up there. Taking each side doesn't win me any favors, but Eileen knows she's been overruled. Now it's over there on the bench. As Eve jumps back onto the seat without any further prompting needed, Eileen and I carefully set our grocery bags on the ground and join her. Her parents sure chose a nice place to live. More a town than a city. The wooden buildings and stone retaining walls give a distinctly old-fashioned, natural look. Even the Christmas decorations are understated, amounting to the occasional sign being a shop window. The odd person walks to and fro as we sit back, paying us little heed as they slowly go about their day. This shouldn't be the easiest occasion possible. This shouldn't be the easiest occasion possible to make idle chatter with Eileen. As time lingers on, though, the silence between us does also. Eve doesn't notice, of course, her legs swinging up and down as she lazily watches the odd car go past. As she suddenly brightens up and points ahead, Eileen and I follow her gaze. Inside the small ice cream parlor over the road, an old man in a pinstripe uniform turns the sign behind the glass door from closed to open. Ice cream!
No.
Don't even think about it. But I want some ice cream! Come on, I've been good. You know what Mom says, you can't just have ice cream whenever you want. I can. But then again, that means I need adult money. Besides, why would you even want ice cream when it's already cold? Because ice cream tastes better when it's cold. It enhances the flavor. Keep getting distracted by Discord. It's wrong. Besides, oh yeah, I've read this already. Eileen's answer doesn't exactly satisfy the young girl. After a moment's consideration, I take to my feet and start heading over.
Allison.
Allison. I was just feeling like getting some ice cream for myself. Might as well get her one while I'm already there, right? Strawberry! I love her even more. For me, it's always strawberry or cookie and cream.
Sure thing.
2 strawberry ice creams coming right up. With our sweets quickly devoured, we finished off the last of our cones. They sure served them large here, but Eve managed to finish hers off even quicker than I did. Maybe eating ice cream is one of those skills kids are just better at. Without needing to be asked, Eileen pulls a tissue from a box in a bag and curtly wipes Eve's mouth. I get the feeling she enjoys being a mother, given how she fusses about her little sister. Eileen looks to me, notice that I'm smiling at her. My face collapses as she opens her mouth to speak, but visibly thinks better of it. As much as I want to make amends, I don't want to apologize if I'm not wrong. With neither of us willing to back down, nor wanting to fight with each other again. Yesterday's argument looms over us as the elephant in the room. Focusing my attention on a less stressful topic, my gaze falls to Eve, the two of us sharing a brief smile.
I guess that isn't long now, huh?
Eve and I just look at each other, but it becomes quickly apparent that the topics remind Eileen of something I've been avoiding.
You're being extra nice because you're going back, aren't you?
As Eve looks to and fro between Eileen and I try my best to hide my disappointment in being found out. I was trying to think of a better way to break it before Eileen handled it so bluntly. It couldn't last forever, but I wanted to keep enjoying these carefree days just a little while longer. Maybe it was selfish of me not to make myself clearer, but...
Wait, you're going?
Well, I do have my own family I want to spend time with.
Despite my best efforts to try and deliver the news as gently as possible, her bottom lip starts to quiver. Both of us panic a little as it becomes clear Eve's about to crack.
Eve?
Oh. No. Alon, why do you have to hit us with this? Her composure collapses as she reaches over, her face weeping as she stuffs it into my stomach and grasps my skirt.
I don't want you to go, Allison! Stay here! I want you to stay!
Oh. This has gone about as awfully as it could have done. Glaring at Eileen in frustration, I seem to have made my feelings clear to her as she turns around, rather sheepish. As Eve cries into my stomach, I stroke her shoulder, her shuddering head reassuringly, speaking as calmly as I can.
Come on now. Do you want me to remember you crying? Or with a big smile?
My general suggestion seems to work as Eve pulls back and sniffs hard, her little cheeks still stained red. She doesn't manage to smile, but I'll take what I can.
There we go. That's more like the Eve I know. It's been so much fun playing with you. So, I wanted to thank you with a little something for being such a good girl.
Oh, you're gonna come back, right?
Don't worry. I'll come back. Maybe you could even come to Utah and see my home for yourself.
And she clumsily wipes her eyes. I give her a big smile.
Really?
Eileen just scratches the back of her head, trying not to make things worse. We might have our disagreements, but I think we can at least hold things together for Eve's sake.
I guess we can try to work something out.
Eve looks from Eileen back to me, taking my hand in both of hers with as much strength as her little hands can muster.
Promise me, we're gonna play again, right?
I just smile as I bring my freezing hands over both of hers.
I promise.
At that, she gives a toothy grin that I like to see. She really is a charming little girl.
I guess that settles things then. Now come on, you two. Let's get all this back to the car.
Don't think I didn't see that sad transition before the fade out. Quiet yawn fills the living room as I tiredly wander through, the others in the house being quiet as mice. I really should have just gone to bed early like the others in hindsight. Restless from thought of the trip back, I ended up sitting around and watching television long after Eileen left for bed. Try as I might to find her to say goodnight before going to sleep, though, she's nowhere to be seen. Running through the possibilities, I wander up to Eve's room, opening the door gently as I possibly can. The sight inside makes me feel warm just by looking at them. Oh. Eileen sleeps on her side, wrapped around the slumbering Eve, curled up in a ball on top of her bed. Eve must have wanted one last cuddle before tucking in for the night. I just smile as I silently look over them, slumbering peacefully together. Even as I look at them, I wonder if I belong in their world. We have briefly pushed it from our minds, but I think both of us know that the closer we become, the further apart we felt. With Eileen peaceful sleeping face lingering in my mind, I gently close the bedroom door and head slowly back downstairs. It's gonna be hard saying goodbye to Eve. It's always been nice to have a little sister, and I think she's enjoying having two older sisters doting over her just as much. Then there's Eileen. As I try to settle myself before going to bed, I idly notice my phone left on the couch. Taking it in hand to bring it with me, I pause. Eileen left hers on the table some distance away, the moonlight glint off its screen. My heart stings as I turn on my own and unlock the display. Only the oppressive quiet is here to keep me company as I look down, a heavy weight weighing on me as I ponder. Eileen always enjoyed playing with her new phone. In time, she'll hear that I was too cowardly to say. Thinking of the girl I admired so much, I make the call. It doesn't go answered. She never changed the default voicemail message, as the uncharacteristically cheerful tone asked me to leave a message. My voice is barely a whisper for fear of waking them.
When I said that we had a family with our little art club at college, I really did mean it. It might not be much, but It's ours. You were an important part of that.
My heart pauses for a moment. I, I pause for a moment, my heart stinging as I think of her. Even if it hurts, I know it needs to be said.
Maybe it was naive of me to think that way. Maybe I've been having the wrong idea all this time.
Oh,
I think
oh, I don't want to continue. My throat tightens. I wipe my eyes on my sleeve.
I must have looked pretty stupid. I was so excited to be in love and to have a girlfriend that I pushed and pushed to get into your space. But you didn't let me. You didn't want me to. And even now, I can't even muster the courage to tell you this when you're awake. I don't know where things will go from here. I want you to be happy. But I don't know if I can be the person who does that for you.
Mm. In the end, the anger and frustration I felt at everything is nowhere to be found. There's just an emptiness. I can at least yell and vent to let go of the former, but nothing can fill that hollow feeling.
Good night, Eileen.
With that, I end call. Silence returns to the dark room once more. The snowfall is thankfully light as we walk through the city, bags in hand from the day's last-minute shopping downtown. People calmly walk to and fro, the occasional passerby of Eileen's country home replaced by the crowds at downtown Utah. Briefly distracted by the huge Christmas tree, completed just in time for Christmas Eve, I think back to yesterday's events. When all's said and done, leaving Eileen's family ended up being a calm affair. I gave her parents my thanks for taking care of me at such a short notice, and both said they'd be more than happy to have me again. Even also reluctantly come to terms with my leaving by then. Then there was the matter of Eileen. Our sudden farewells was short and sweet, but maybe that was because there wasn't much left to say. Thanks to my time in Colorado, a surprising amount of things I needed to buy before heading back to my family slipped my mind. At least wandering around the city tonight, giving me a chance to unwind and set my thoughts straight. Of course, my phone starts ringing as soon as I appreciate some time alone to think. Pulling it from my pocket with my free hand, I'm surprised to see that it's dead.
Hi!
Hi, Allison. Not catching you at a bad time? Oh, no, it's fine. Sounds like you're busy. I can barely hear you. Just wandering downtown to fill some time and do some errands. Still good to be picked up tomorrow morning? Yeah. I'll be ready at the apartment with my stuff. Sorry again about changing everyone's plans. I told you before, it's fine. Plans already had to change because of your finals. We'll pick you up tomorrow then. It'll be good to see everyone again. Is Mama doing okay? She's better. Thankfully. You gave gave a bit of a shock when you said you weren't coming back for so long. We were all shocked. It seemed like you were having a rough time away from home, so I never expected you to go out of state like that. So they could tell. I feel a little sheepish thinking back. So, you had a good trip then? I feel a chill as the last few days rush through my head. Yeah, I did. Once again, Dad can tell from just from my voice. It's impossible for me to hide how I'm feeling. Something in me compels me to try anyway. What? I had fun. When you're home, you could tell us all about it, right? Of course. I'm looking forward to it. I am too. You know that you could tell me anything.
Take care.
I know. Bye, Dad. Soon. With that, the call in. I stare blankly at the screen of my phone. I'll be happy to see my family again, not to mention the warmth and liveliness of home. I have to take a deep breath, a lump in my throat forming from homesickness. I guess that feeling never goes away completely. With the phone already out, I take a moment to glance through the photos I've taken on it. A few from Colorado are most recent, which will be nice to show my parents as I keep going back through. I stopped at a photo taken just before I left for there. The screen shines brightly in the darkness of the night. The photo of everyone gathered in my apartment celebrating the end of the semester, making me mull over everything that has happened since I arrived here. It's only been a few months, but my time since starting college has been an adventure already. I've learned so much, found so many friends, and discovered so many kinds of relationships. It's such a different way of life I lead now. The smiling faces gathered for that one moment in time. It's all thanks to those around me, like them. The phone goes dark once more as I lock it. The precious memory slipped into my pocket once more. The only light to be seen now is that by the Christmas tree, occasionally broken by the passing crowd. Strange sense of calm falls over me as I stand in falling snow, hands slipping into my pocket for warmth. I was alone and afraid. Eileen was the answer to that, I thought. She seemed so cool and collected, managing life by herself. That the strength of will was what drew me to her in hindsight. It was thanks to Eileen, Caprice, and our little club that I was able to cope with being alone. The reason that I'm so peaceful with myself isn't that I finally learned to... The reason I'm so at peace with myself isn't that I finally learned to live without others. It's because I know I have others to help. Maybe I was too clingy, as Eileen said. No. I disagree. I just wanted to know her more, even if she was best of time. If she wanted to retain her solitude so dearly, though, perhaps it's for the best that things go like this. Swallowing the lump in my throat as I push the thoughts aside, I begin to walk once more. It's then that my phone begins to buzz in my pocket. Did I forget to say something? Eileen? Why is she calling me now of all times? Should I answer? My phone is shaking in my hand. I pick up the call, but I have no idea what to say.
Hello? Allison? Allison, where are you right now?
Oh. She doesn't allow me to so much as get a word out, her voice breathless.
I'm back home in Utah.
I feel like that's about to be a no shit, but where?
No, I mean, I know. So am I. Can we meet somewhere? Where are you exactly?
Called it.
I'm by the Christmas tree in the city square.
Okay, stay where you are.
As the line goes dead, I'm left dumbfounded. Eileen is coming here? Sweetie, she's already there. Okay, I didn't mean that literally. With the moments I hear a car door slam loudly. Surely she wasn't looking around for me. Familiar figure jogs up as quickly as she can in her high boots, her long strides clinking loudly on the concrete. As she was actually just watching you call it, and call it as a courtesy. Oh my, awesome. As she slowly pulls up to a stop, our eyes finally meet, and so we stand in the city square next to that large tree. Between us, only the falling snow.
Eileen, why are you?
What? You didn't want to see me?
I almost responded, but sheer surprise stops me from finding the right words. I end up just hanging my head, not knowing how to respond to her snark in such a situation. With my bags weighing down my arms, I set them down. As I look back up, I see Eileen's quip for what it was, a diversion to hide her feelings. She soon realized I've caught on, her voice turning soft.
I found your voice message. I didn't want to leave things as they were.
My face flowers into a blush as I grimace from the embarrassment. I knew she'd eventually hear it, but it's still embarrassing to think about. As I think back to everything that happened, I feel a pang of regret. Once again, I feel myself shrinking away from her.
But haven't I been a pain? Ever since we met, I've only caused you trouble.
Yeah, you sure have.
Not helping, Eileen. There's that sardonic humor again. I can't tell if I ever found it endearing.
Why do you do that? Your first response to everything is to try and brush things off with a quip against someone.
Only because everyone sticks their nose into my business.
Including me, I guess.
I followed that up with a dry laugh, yet Eileen's expression doesn't change. I should have expected that, but I feel my chest tighten in response nevertheless.
I already had things figured out for myself.
As silence reigns, it feels as though we're just repeating the steps we took until now. Nothing's changed. I'm still me, and Eileen is still Eileen. For all I might want to get closer to her, she keeps pushing me away. She came all the way back here to work things out, yet we're stuck awkwardly trading barbs. Everything we did together, was it only ever a pain to you?
I didn't want to say it, but
I seal my heart to try and force out the words, tightly holding my arms to try and steady myself.
I suppose this is all over then.
Say no, please say no, please say no.
No!
Her shout startles me to the point where she recoils a little from my reaction. I guess we're both getting flustered.
I mean, that's not what I meant.
Reminding us that we're not alone, a small child goes running by us as her mother runs after her. The distraction gives Eileen time to reason through all this. While I try my best to ignore the stinging of my heart, everything is so confusing right now.
Every day was the same. Living alone in my apartment and working away in that art room. I thought I was fine being alone until you came into my life and messed everything up.
Poor choice of wording on the end, but I feel like a redemption's coming.
When I thought you might really be gone, I realized how lonely I was. I meant what I said earlier. I can forget all my worries around you. I don't have to work hard and worry about being my best. I don't have to prove anything. And I thought you'd understand. I didn't ever expect you to take my parents' side. I didn't think you'd try to tell me I'm making the wrong choices.
My heart sinks. Is that how it looked to her? Like I betrayed her? How could I? I've always seen what her parents can't. She's serious about painting. If there's one thing I know about her, it's that. Why would I want to ruin that world of hers? That I found so fascinating.
But when I thought I might lose you, I realized you were right. For all I talked big about how you should try new things in college, I was the one pushing everyone away and trying to stay the same.
As I try to think of how to explain myself, I realize Eileen's eyes have become moist. It's such a strange sight that I completely lose track of what I was going to say.
Eileen?
I don't want to lose you, Allison. I want to try again.
Moments pass as I think over her words, trying to sift through my emotions. She looks so different now. Her proud stature, somehow small and more fragile. She's scared. Seeing her in this state puts me on the brink of tears as well. I know my answer already, given how seeing her like this affects me.
I only ever wanted to be the person closest to you. Why would I want to ruin that world of yours when it's what brought us together? Let's try again, Eileen.
Without warning, she pulls me into an embrace, arms wrapped tightly around me. My brain short circuits as she begins to weep, completely unable to handle the situation. I have no idea what to say as she clutches me tightly to her shuddering body. My own composure barely holding as my arms slowly raise and come around her back. Oh, I see now. Eileen's finally cracked under pressure. That wall she carefully built up over so many years finally crumbled down at once. I hold her tightly to me as she cries, trying my best to comfort her. She's here and in my arms. The vulnerable and honest girl is only for me to see, my own eyes barely staying dry. This Eileen is the one I've never seen, but she's the Eileen I've fallen for all over again.
Thank you, Allison.
I feel a lump in my throat as I stroke her hair, trying my best to soothe her.
I love you, Allison. I love you.
Holding her close as her words are muffled in my shoulder, I close my eyes and savor the feeling of her against me. Eileen loves me, this feeling, this warmth through my entire body as I hear those words. I guess I really am in love with this hopeless girl. Oh.
And I love you. Let's do this together.
We're such different people with wildly different backgrounds and different worlds of our own. As long as the two of us can let each other in, though, we can build a life together. Side by side, we can start here.
It's okay, Eileen. I'll come home.
Holy shit. Oh my god, the art. It was a Theo, and a Josh, and a Addie. I'm happy they talked it out. Hands up. I know I'm not exactly active in the Elan Court, but I don't think I've actually either seen Top Hat or recognized Top Hat. You need to do programming in some of the games. Gotcha. Oh. Oh, I need a moment to take in everything. Like that was an extreme rush of emotions in this act. Oh, wait, what am I waiting? Cats, maybe there. Oh, okay, that makes sense. Oh. The universe knows, sure, it's just being hit by a truck. Oh, definitely. Like, oh. Meanwhile, I'm just looking at the achievements, and it's like, there's 3 I haven't gotten to, apparently.
Oh, this is
Wait,
so
what?
exciting, Haley.
Wait, there's more?
Uh-huh.
We get to see Haley!
It's a long time coming, too. Do you know if Millie knows yet?
I haven't talked to her since this morning.
Ooh, I can't wait to see her reaction. I'm gonna say something as soon as she gets home.
Don't you think maybe she should hear it from them?
Oh.
Aw, but I really want to tell her.
Wait. So, okay, this is me just predicting the post scene. It's either about them being a couple or by them setting up for Olive. And twofold.
I get it. But, you know...
Millie!
Hello. Got some stuff.
Welcome back. Took a while.
There's so many people out there today.
Guess it's the post-holiday rush.
Believe me, post-holiday rush. Pre and post-holiday rush is hell. In so many ways.
That's not...
Millie! Millie, have you heard the news?
I was at my dad's shop half the day.
And?
And what?
Car trouble again?
Unfortunately.
Oh, poor Millie. Can't catch a break.
Maybe it's time for a new one.
That's what Dad said too. He even offered to help pay for it.
You don't sound too thrilled.
Millie is pretty, but at the same time, Haley.
But what would you do with this one? Trash it?
Trade it in, get somewhat of a discount on the new one.
Well, sell it, probably.
that works too.
If it still functions.
I don't want to, though.
Yeah, you can't!
Caprice, please.
Why not?
I'd rather not accept something like that from him. He's already given me so much.
And you can't just abandon it!
Like, honestly, I just need an emotional support Caprice around with me 24/7.
Sure you can. Just leave it on the side of the road.
That car is like family.
As I said, if I was upgrading, I'd at least try to sell it.
Hold on. Let's go back to what Caprice said.
Yeah! Listen, you've had that car since high school. Think of all the places it's taken us.
We have spent quite a bit of time in that car. And besides...
It's like family?
Dad and I worked on it together a lot. I'm kind of attached to the little thing.
Exactly!
I know the feeling, but you can't hold on to everything forever.
Careful. Might make that a challenge.
I know.
I guess.
While we're on the topic, maybe some other people here should think about getting their licenses.
Probably mostly Caprice.
I'm a supporter of public transit, actually.
Honestly, same. Brandon, most of the time, it's actually me walking places.
Yes, that! Me too!
Caprice is just dodging.
Oh, really? Then you won't mind taking the tram from now on?
We like riding in your car, though.
Only public transit. Honestly, I mean, don't get me wrong. My city has a bus transit, but it's so unreliable on the times that it'll actually show up at the stops on time. Like, it'll say it's showing for 10:35, and it really won't get to that spot until an hour later.
It's fun going together!
So much for that. At least consider it. It'd be good for the both of you. Especially you, Caprice. I know you're getting your new club members to drive you around places now.
Yeah, an hour is usually at most. And there's obviously there's different routes, and it's multiple buses on same routes, but even still, it's rough.
Hey! They want to go just as much as me!
Are you sure about that?
Oh, really? Did they say that?
More or less. Plus, I've helped them out too, you know. Thanks to me, love is blooming in the art room.
Yep, so it was about them being a couple.
How much of that was you?
50. No, at least 60%.
You know, I would say at least 30 or 40. Nah, I'd say about 20 or 30% realistically.
Really? Only 60?
Please, just promise me. As much as I love you two, I won't always be there for you to rely on.
You're not going anywhere, are you?
Don't worry. We promise. Right, Caprice?
Yes, ma'am!
Thank you. I won't be going anywhere anytime soon. After all, I suppose you'll still be needing rides to class this semester.
It's almost here! I'm getting excited.
I'm not really.
I've got a full slate of classes. Plus, there's a club to run.
I'm gonna recruit so many more members! At least double the size!
So, 6 people altogether? That's a new record.
I don't even want to think about it right now. Are you too hungry?
Starving.
You gonna cook, Millie?
I'm feeling neither of them actually cooks either.
Oh. Ugh.
Not it!
What about the food you just bought?
Today was exhausting. How about you, Haley?
Okay, no, never mind. They do cook.
Let's just order something.
That's a mood.
Why don't we go out somewhere? Take the car together?
Oh.
Weren't you just saying there's a lot of people out?
Yes, but it's nice out too.
Oh, yeah! So, about that news...
So wait, the news wasn't about the
Let's
couple
talk
in the
about it
yard?
over dinner.
Okay, you drive. I call shotgun.
Of course she's gonna
I'm
drive.
the only one who can drive.
And we're very appreciative.
I'm looking forward to removing my tire chains. It's a little warmer today, so the snow is starting to let up.
Finally.
It's about time.
Oh. It changed. Oh my god. It changed. Title screen changed after completing. So it's just all the different CGs in honestly, this is one of my favorite ones. Oh wait, guest starred? Oh. Oh. Eileen just being done with the snow. Wait. Am I crazy or is Oh, there we go. It's fixed. That was weird. Not gonna lie, leave it to me to find a way to break the game. Oh. Oh. Oh, never mind. It's broken again. Oh, this one. This one. Oh, of this one. Oh. Hello. It's an olive. But holy this was a ride. And honestly, I'm glad I went for it. Like it, I know. Obviously, I'm not the most expressive at times, but this has honestly been such a beautiful story. And I can't wait until I actually get Twofold to see where that goes. Because, like, obviously, I know the fact that there's two different routes. If I remember right, it's either Caprice or Millie. And I think originally, before I even decided I was gonna start First Node, that I'm gonna start with a Caprice route. And I think I might still do that. But obviously, two routes complement each other so well. Ooh, that's good to know. Like, obviously, I'm be taking a couple weeks away from visual novels, just so I can kind of freshen things up a little bit on week by week for content. Because tomorrow I am actually starting a new game. I'm actually going to be playing Devil May Cry 5. And so the way I'm thinking of doing things is have 1 or 2 days that are just dedicated to like specific games. Obviously, Final Fantasy 14 is gonna be weekly, regardless. The day may vary, but it's a given, because honestly, it's a beautiful story, and I'm trying to think how to word it. It's like I remember seeing a tweet earlier that saying most of the time for like a lot of gamers that a lot of their growth comes from a well-written RPG. And honestly, for me, it's been Final Fantasy 14, and I'm just happy to be able to show that, to be able to actually stream and play it, just to show others like this is what's helped me get through a lot of shit. Not really just getting through a lot of shit, but also just being able to build my love up for a lot of RPGs and venture out into other games as well. Because playing FF14 is what also got me into Destiny 2 for a little bit. Kingdom Hearts, that I will bring at some point, because I do want to finish the rest of the games. I've played, so I have the story so far. I bought that whenever they released it, whenever they were doing the whole promotion for 3. And I played through the first disc, and I've gotten into maybe an hour of Dream Drop distance before I sort of hit a burnout and just haven't really touched it since. But I do want to bring that onto stream. That way we can all adventure that together and eventually get Kingdom Hearts 3. And when it does come out, there is also gonna be what am I thinking? The next part of FF7 remake. Rebirth, I think it is. That's the second installment of the whole game. That's definitely going to be a thing. And of course, once it actually comes to Steam, Final Fantasy 16. At some point, we're also going to try to finish Baldur's Gate 3. So there's a good bit of stuff to actually sort of just kind of go through the next couple months or so. So honestly, all I can really say is just be on the lookout for that. And speaking of being on the lookout, be sure to follow on Twitter here and also subscribe to YouTube, where I usually post up the VODs if people aren't able to catch them here, because VODs are only up for 7 days because we're still working on hitting that affiliate status. And at the same time, I am probably going to be bringing in a little twist to some things, just to take a break from like the whole storytelling things, because I do. So pretty much it's like after watching bits of the Hololive's Mario Kart tournament, it's making me miss actually playing that. And I also have seen speed runs in the past, and I kind of want to get involved in that because that looks fun. Especially considering there's like categories for like crazy amount of things, including like doing all the tracks, including the wait, did I say Hollow Knight? No, I don't think I said Hollow Knight. I know I said Mario Kart. I said Mario Kart, Kingdom Hearts, Baldur's Gate 3. Though Hollow Knight does look fun. That might be somewhere later down the road, like maybe the second half of the year. What's across the room? Oh, no, you're good. You're good. Honestly, I tend to talk low. In most cases, it's just sort of habit. I kind of just like, not gonna lie, I do my best to kind of like be somewhat high, somewhat like mid energy, but I just kind of like being chill. Like, to me, there's nothing really wrong with being like what most people call a second screen streamer. Like, not for me personally, it's I'm trying to think how to word this. That's another thing bad with words. Chill, comfy, rock stream. Yeah, exactly that. It's like, don't get me wrong, I love getting hyped for things. I'm just not a high energy person. I just hyperfixate on it forever, and that compensates for it. That reminds me, let me actually see schedule-wise what else I had sort of set up. I also realized I never did post the schedule in the Hype can be too much sometimes. Gotta balance it out with the chill. Yes. I think that's sort of like why I also like a lot of my Oshis really are sort of the chill types. Except Bae. She's a fucking gremlin and I love her for that. That's why she's Kami. But like Okayu, Towa sometimes, even Ina at some points whenever she does like art streams, usually if I get a chance to watch, it's just nice to be able to just chill and relax from especially just from like high adrenaline stuff I have to deal with on a day-to-day basis. And I guess really I've never really had a goal set in mind when I first started streaming, surprisingly. But I've only really had like one quote-unquote goal, and it was really just to adventure together, just see where things take us day by day, and just sort of just let things flow. And I guess don't get me wrong, that's still part of it. But I guess it's like I want to be able to have more concrete goals, I guess you could say, and it's like I'm still trying to figure it out, which funny enough is sort of why I did Palette as my first cover as well. It's a lot of it has just been like when I first started off, it was rough just trying to get a hang of things, and I think for like most of us it sort of felt like that, and there never really was like a clear color picture to it. But I want to be able to at least take this year to try to figure that out, and just trying to just really be at a place where people can just come and relax, whether if they just want to chill in the background, lurk, just have something else while they're doing, or just be active, chill, talk, bullshit. I don't know, it's an adventure for sure, and I'm happy to have everyone that does come by. But I think that's where we're gonna leave it. Gonna end tonight. So next stream obviously is tomorrow. Can't exactly do a yell right now. So yeah, tomorrow 7 p.m. CST, 8 p.m. EST. Not sure what that is for the +8 squad, but of course, pay attention to Twitter, Discord, and all that for alerts and all that. And remember to stay awesome, keep rocking, have a good night. Bye-bye.